Just feel free to take a seat wherever you like. All right, so welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who just joined. We have a pretty exciting day today. You guys chose a really great day to come in. Today we have technically 2 visiting artists on the Hot Shop floor, but I do want to highlight our main visiting artist. His name is Preston Singletary, and he has his slideshow going up on the screen. And here, let me turn the music down, just in case you can't hear me very well. But anyways, we also have a second visiting artist in who's basically going to be collaborating with him in making a blown form. And this is a little bit of an unknown for now, but this is going to be based off of this second visiting artist pattern, which I'll be able to pull up an image of later, but it's called reticello. It's basically these crisscross lines of color across the surface of the glass. And then this is our visiting artist with the white hair, kind of closer to the left side of the Hot Shop here at the center bench, just to point out Preston Singletary. And let's see, what else should I say? So just real quick, this residency started on Wednesday, and this is the 3rd day of the residency. This will go through Sunday. We're going to see, as well as that blown form, we're also going to see some baskets being made over on the right bench, some blown glass baskets. All right, so I see I have quite a few new people in my audience, so I just want to quickly give a new introduction as to what we have going on today. So once again, we have visiting artist Preston Singletary, which I believe explains a little bit about him in your pamphlets, but up on the screen is a slideshow going of his previously made artwork, as well as some process shots. And I want to give a little information about our visiting artist, Preston. So let me see if I can point him out to you all. He's the one with the white hair, kind of at the center bench here, talking with our other artists. This residency is specifically a celebration of his 2023 Grand Prize Coney Award, which happened when he donated to our Red Hot auction. And that happens every year here at the Museum of Glass. And today is a pretty exciting day. We're going to have two different projects going on at the same exact time. We're going to be creating some of Preston's baskets over on the right bench. So that's what they're going to be working on throughout the day today, I believe. And then over at the center bench, we're going to be working on our main project, where I believe Preston himself will also be working. And this is going to actually be a collaboration with another artist who is in the black tank top, and his name is Dante Marioni. And he is bringing in a pattern of glass called reticello. And it's kind of hard to describe this pattern without an image, so I'll try my best. But it's basically these crisscross lines of color across the surface of the glass. And this kind of gives you little pockets of air in between those crisscrosses. I'm sure you guys will see that pattern in person as they work with it at the center bench. But this is eventually going to be sectioned off and then turned into rings of that pattern within a larger blown piece. And it's kind of unknown as to what the blown piece is going to be, so we're just kind of going to go along the journey together and see what they make. And of course, if anyone has any questions for the visiting artist or any questions about the glass process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know, and I'll come right over to answer your question. But I'll also make sure to follow along with what they're doing and explain why. Such as right here, we've just brought a hollow pipe up to the front of the hot shop, and this is being stuck inside of an annealer. This has been heating up a piece of glass that has that pattern that I described on it. So something nice about glass is we can make something, cool it down slowly, heat it back up slowly, and then work on it again. And we can work on it for many days in a row to get extra detail or any patterns we want or need, really. So this has been made previously, and we've just heated it up now. All right, so after heating this glass bubble up a little bit, this is being rolled on a metal table called the marver. And this is going to both shape the glass and also cool the glass down wherever it's touching, which can help it blow out in a really specific way sometimes. And it looks like they've gotten started over on the right bench as well. This is something I really want to point out. We're about to see them bring over some molten solid glass color. And this is going to be dropped on top of a small clear bubble. And this is called a color drop or color overlay. This is pretty much where almost all of our projects begin, is with this single gather of clear, and then we apply our color. And I know some of you might be new to hot shops in general, so I do want to point out a couple of our furnaces, which you may have already seen them gather from our clear glass furnace, but this is where all of our projects are starting, is this large tank with a closed door. I think that we're using this left one today, over there in the hot shop in the back. This holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, it's pretty much completely molten, kind of like the texture of honey. And so to gather it, all we've been doing is we stick our pipe into the glass and then turn, just like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, really. And from there, we can build up mass for the piece by gathering more and more layers over top. That's pretty much it. That furnace does run 24/7, so the glass is always ready for us to use. And it can actually damage the furnace if we let it cool down. So it's important that it stays on constantly. And then of course our open face furnaces, they run a little bit warmer, usually between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, just for reheating the glass. And you'll notice we have every single furnace on at each bench. This doesn't mean that these are necessarily different from each other, but we need to be able to work at every bench today because we have so many different things going on. And up on the screen, you can see that we now have camera access as well as some closed captioning. And this is really helpful, especially on a louder day when we have a lot of torches and furnaces running. It might be a little bit hard to hear me with the echo in here. And so now you guys can kind of follow along up on the screen, especially if you don't have a view of a bench. And right now we have a view of the right bench where, once again, we are working on making some baskets today. But I want to point out at the center bench, we've just taken our bubble of glass and we're gathering one more layer of clear over top of it. And this is going to build up mass for the piece, of course. That bucket that the excess glass was dumped into, this is specifically for clear glass only. And anything inside of that bucket is usually just crushed back up and thrown back into the furnace to reuse. And this is where you're going to start seeing some torches coming into play. So these run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. But these torches will heat up a section of glass at a time, allowing for a more focused heat. And you'll also see the artist kind of hovering around with these wooden paddles now and then. This is called shielding. They're just protecting the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass itself. Now, once again, this bubble that we have at the center bench is going to be blown out a little bit bigger, I believe, and we are going to section it off into 2 different sections. And eventually, these individual sections are going to be used in a technique called encalmo. When we take these sections and reattach them together, we'll also have a different color coming together to create rings of color in this blown glass piece that we're making today. And do we actually have an encalmo slide that we could put up on the screen? Thank you. So up on the screen, I just want to show this off real quick. If you haven't heard the word encalmo yet, this is a pretty good example. And this is just bringing 2 open-ended bubbles together and creating one single bubble out of multiple colors, basically. And you can do this out of pretty much however many rings you want of different colors. I think that we'll have at least 3 rings total, but we're going to have 2 rings of this special color in particular at the center bench. Thank you. Now at the center bench, they've just started a little divot in the center of this bubble. And now to further deepen this divot, we're going in with a pair of jacks, these 2 metal blades. And this is just going to section off the bubble, as I was describing earlier. Eventually, these will be opened up into almost cup-like shapes. So the different colors in glass come from different metals and minerals added into the glass itself. And we'll usually start off with something called color bar, which is a solid piece of colored glass. So we don't mix the colors ourselves here in the museum. We get them shipped in this form. And for this pattern that we have at the center bench, you could kind of see those lines up on the screen that I was describing earlier. You would take this piece of color bar and you would kind of stretch it out into these long, thin pieces of glass called cane. And then you can use those pieces of cane to lay them out into a pattern and roll it on the outside of the glass bubble. So that's one way to use that color. But the other way is through the color overlay, which happened on the right bench earlier, where we melt the color and drop it onto a small clear bubble. Those are pretty much the main ways that you'll see us get color in the hot shop. At the center bench, we've just brought over a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. And this is called a punty. This is basically just a second pipe that we attach to the piece so we can go ahead and break the piece away from its original pipe. In this case, we're just breaking off half of the bubble so that we can open it up into a cup-like shape or a bowl-like shape. So as soon as that connection is secure, they apply some water to break the connection and then tap the pipe, and that is it. That's all it takes to break off the piece. So now that we have our two different sections, looks like one of them is being set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And anything that we put inside of the garage is going to be kept warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that is the perfect temperature for glass. It's not too cold. It's not going to allow it to break from thermal shock. It's also not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass. Meanwhile, at the center bench, we're going to take the remaining portion of the bubble and open it up a little bit. And now that we've reheated this piece of glass, it's like Dante's going in with a stack of newspaper. That's all that pad is just some folded up newspaper. And then in with the jacks, these two metal blades. So the goal is to open this up a little bit. Now, sometimes when opening a piece up, you'll see them hold a wooden paddle against the opening of the piece. And this is just to smooth this lip out. That connection was a little bit rough because this is where we broke it off. And once they're happy with the shape of this, I assume we will start working on the next portion of our bubble, which is going to be a different color. To get rings of different colors, we are going to have to create a second bubble of a completely different color. So we might see that happening over on the left bench, I believe. And I know that a few new people have joined here and there, so I just want to reiterate, if anyone has any questions about what we're working on, about the visiting artist, or about the glass process, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over. So the newspaper does burn slowly over time, but actually what destroys the newspaper more is the water that we're putting on it to prevent it from burning. It kind of makes them soft and kind of fall apart a little bit. But they can last a decent amount of time. But yes, we just soak them in water to make sure that they don't burn. All right, so just to point out real quick, we have switched the right and the left bench. So they were making baskets over on the right. Now they're making baskets over on the left. And they're about to do something pretty interesting. They've just disappeared around the corner with that glass bubble. They're going to something called the powder booth. This is where they're applying a colored glass powder across the surface of the piece. And we usually do have a view of it up on the screen. I'm not sure. Oh, perfect. So we have a view of the powder booth up on the screen since we can't see them around the corner there. But this just has some really good ventilation. It's making sure they're not inhaling that powdered glass while they're working with it. This is just going to give us a surface of color across the piece of glass. And this is important because, as you may notice, especially if you take a closer look at our visiting artist artwork, they etch the surface of the glass away to reveal a second color underneath. So for this hat, for example, we have the black on top, and they etch that away to reveal this lighter color underneath. So usually when they apply glass powder like they are today, they will do this a few times just to make sure that they have a pretty nice solid layer of color across the surface of the piece. So they will probably go back there like 3 or 4 times. And at the center bench, we're just letting this half of our bubble cool down, it looks like. Over on the right bench, I assume this is going to become the other parts to our blown piece at the center bench. Yeah, so over on the right bench, they're just finishing off this piece of the encalmo, which once again are these individual sections that will be attached together. You can see that we have it attached to the end of a hollow pipe. So when they attach this open end to our bubble at the center bench and then break this little section off of the pipe, just leaving them with these 2 pieces of glass connected together, the end of that bubble is going to already be open because once again, it is attached to the end of a hollow pipe. And so we can just from there go in and open that up and attach the next piece and attach the next piece over and over until we have as many sections as we want. So that was just a little size check. They're making sure that those openings will fit properly together before they go ahead and heat up just the openings of these 2 pieces of glass and bring them together. And it looks like we've just brought these two bubbles together. And once this connection is secure, they'll go ahead and break this second pipe away. And this should leave them with these two pieces connected. It looks like this connection is a little bit hot inside, so what's happening is it's breaking on the outside, but the center is actually still kind of gooey and holding on to the pipe. And after breaking that second pipe away, you can see this leaves us with an opening in the end of the bubble. So they are going to open this up one more time so they can attach that final section that they created earlier, which is that same pattern that we have here at the center bench with those crisscross lines. And while they are preparing this piece of glass at the center bench, this is a good time to give another little introduction since there are some few new people in the hot shop. So today, once again, we have a visiting artist with us. This is why we have so many people on the hot shop floor, as we are working on a pretty large and important piece. Our visiting artist is right here, actually. Perfect timing. His name is Preston, Singletary. And can I have his slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, while I give a little bit of information on our visiting artist, he'll have a slideshow going of his artwork. And once again, this residency is a celebration of his 2023 Grand Prize Coney Award, which happened when he donated to the Museum of Glass Red Hot auction. And Singletary does have has an exhibit traveling currently in Oklahoma City Museum of Art. It's going to travel to at least one more location after that. This is a pretty popular exhibit of his. It's called Raven in the Box of Daylight. And I'm sure a lot of you guys can tell by now as you watch the slideshow, but Singletary's artwork is based off of themes of Tlingit mythology and traditional designs. And something special about his pieces, in my opinion, is that he doesn't simply stop working with the glass after it's done in the hot shop. Like these ones were just made on Wednesday. You can see that they're really smooth and shiny. Versus we have one of his finished pieces on this front pedestal right here. You can see it has almost more of like a matte look. And this is because he has etched away the surface of the glass to reveal a second color underneath. And this process is called cold working, basically, when you work with the glass after it's cooled down from the hot shop. And this is including grinding and polishing, and in this case, sandblasting. And I do believe we have some of his work in the Museum of Glass store, so if you wanted to see some more of his work up close and in person, or have a chance to purchase some of his work, please check that out. And of course, if anyone wants more information on the visiting artist, you can ask me and I can get some more information right from him, or you can simply search up his name online and it should pop up with his website. Now, at the center bench, we have worked on opening up the end of this piece a little bit, and I missed this, but some of you guys might have caught it. They actually cut some excess glass off around the opening of the piece here. This is something that they usually do for almost any blown piece, just because this connection to the previous pipe, as you remember, is a little bit thick, and that break isn't always perfectly even, so this just gets rid of that excess, and it's usually thick glass. So now we'll be able to start finishing opening this up. And I want to point out on the left bench, we have been working on opening up the end of our second piece, which is going to be attached right over the opening of this piece at the center bench, finishing off our entire bubble. So now they're bringing over the final piece just for a little size check again. And it looks like we are now ready to attach these two blown pieces together. Once again, just connecting them barely at the openings. Once that connection is secure, they'll go ahead and break this secondary pipe away. And that is finishing off our entire bubble. So now we have 3 different sections of glass that have come together to create 3 different rings of color. And once again, these sections of colored glass on the very ends of the bubble, these are a special pattern made by the artist that's currently working with the glass himself. He's holding the pipe, and once again, his name is Dante Marioni. This is kind of like a collaboration between these 2 visiting artists today to create this one large blown piece. And now that we have all these sections of the glass together, this is going to be rolled on the marver, this metal table, to smooth and even all of these sections of glass out. So it's been just a minute since we've used these torches, so I'll highlight them again for anyone that hasn't seen them yet. These torches run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But these torches will heat up a section of glass at a time, so we can focus heat to one area, or we can heat up one area that's a little bit cold, just as a couple of examples. And I do want to talk about this pattern again real quick. As soon as they start blowing it out, you should see it a little bit better. But once again, this pattern is called reticello, with these crisscross lines of color. And we do usually have really small air bubbles in between each of these little crisscrosses that just happen to get trapped in there. And that is just a staple of that color. Now at the center bench, we were just getting rid of some excess clear glass on the end of the bubble. That was mostly just from that connection with the previous pipe that was attached to the end of the piece. And next, to continue shaping this bubble, Dante is going in with a pad. This pad is actually just some folded up newspaper once again. And this is as close as you'll see the artists get to using their hands to shape the glass. Now this is where they're going to start blowing this up quite a bit. If they're ready to do so, we'll start to see closer to the final shape of this piece of glass. And next we're going in with these two blades, the jacks, and carving a jack line into this glass. So once again, when they carve this jack line, this divot that's forming is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And they'll usually do this after they have all of the glass they need. So in this case, I believe this is as large as the piece is going to get, or as heavy as it's going to get. This could be blown out a little bit thinner. Now, something that we're going to see throughout the day as well, every now and then, that I kind of like to point out is on the right side of the hot shop, we're filling up one of our glass furnaces currently. So Nick is taking these large tubes of the raw glass material, which is kind of like a sand mixture, mostly sand, a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone inside of these tubes. And he's dumping them into the furnace. This will melt down over the course of the day and pretty much be ready tomorrow. Now, the center bench, while we have the newspapers on the side of the form, we're also pushing a wooden paddle onto the bottom of the form. And this is, of course, just to flatten the bottom of our piece. So this is going to be the bottom of our piece furthest away from the pipe. And once they have the bottom complete, all they have to do is attach a second pipe to the bottom and then break this piece entirely away from the pipe that it was created on. And this is going to basically just give them access to the other side, or the top in this case, so they can open this up and flare it out as far as they want. And I'm going to check in and see if they have any idea of how this shape is going to turn out so far, because earlier it was kind of a mystery, but at this point they are finishing it up. All right, so I was just asking about the shape of this form that they're making at the center bench, and I now see that they have a drawing up on that metal board by the furnace, but it is kind of hard to see, so I want to point out this hat on top of this figure on the front pedestal right here. It's going to turn out pretty much just like this shape right here, but of course it is going to be larger, as you can already see. So eventually when they break it off, that means that they are going to flare it out pretty wide. So now they've just brought that second pipe over. This is attached to the center of the bottom of our piece. Once again, the second pipe that we're attaching to a piece is called the punty. The purpose is basically just to get access to the other side of the piece. So once this connection is secure, just like earlier, we'll apply a little bit of water to where we want to break the piece off. And this is going to crack this small section of glass. We tap the pipe, and that's it. That should break that piece cleanly off the end of our pipe. So once again, the water, this is causing a little bit of shocking and cracking. And now that piece is cleanly broken off. We have access to the top side of our piece where we can start to open this up and flare it out. Now over on the right, we might not have a view of this, but we've just brought over a piece of color on the end of our pipe. And this is pretty hot. This is being lightly touched down on the opening or the lip of the piece. And then they're turning the piece, and this is making that color follow all the way around the opening, creating something called a lip wrap. And I wish I had a good example for you guys. There is technically a lip wrap on both of these vessels on this front table right here. It's basically just a rim of a separate color going all the way around the opening of the piece. And at the center bench, we've started to slowly open up this vessel. Just going in with a pair of jacks. Once again, those two metal blades. and slowly widening this piece. And it looks like they were pushing that wooden paddle against the opening or the lip of the piece real quick. Once again, just to kind of smooth and even out the opening before they continue on. And I want to remind everyone, once again, just in case you've forgotten, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I know there is a lot going on today. So that's a really good question. I haven't gotten that yet today, surprisingly. So first off, we have to start off with something called cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. And we will lay them out side by side to just create stripes in one direction on the glass. Basically, just lay them out, heat them up lightly, and then roll a glass bubble over top of them, which in this case is clear. And then from there, we have to twist that. And then we do that same thing with a second bubble, but we twist it in the opposite direction. And then we stuff one bubble inside of the other, and that leaves us with crisscross lines over top of each other. So it is a pretty complicated technique to get this pattern. And we do have two sections of this color, but these did come from one larger bubble that they sectioned off into two, just to explain a little bit of background on this piece. But yeah, that's how they got the color for this, let's see, the reticello pattern. And I just barely missed it, but they brought over a small bit of color. And this is once again a lip wrap, just like they did over on the right bench earlier. So they took that piece of color, touched it down on the opening of the piece, followed all the way around, created a rim of a separate color just around the opening of the piece. Now the center bench, we are starting to flare this out more and more. So something I want to point out is we should start to see them heat the glass up, come back to the center bench, and they're going to be applying pressure on the outside of the bubble. You'd think that this would push the bubble in, but they're actually applying a very light amount of pressure on the outside, and they're spinning the pipe fast enough to create centrifugal force, the outward pulling force from that spinning. And so each time they heat this up and spin the glass, this should start flaring it out more and more. And this newspaper on the outside of the bubble is more to control how much it's flaring out and make sure that it's staying even. And yes, this is a pretty large amount of glass. Usually you don't see this much glass, especially for an average piece. But today, once again, we do have a pretty special project going on. This is a collaboration between two artists that we have on the hot shop floor. Once again, Dante Marioni in the black tank top, and then our visiting artist who is currently in this residency right now, Preston Singletary, with the shiny sleeve on his arm. And after heating this glass up one more time, looks like they've come out and they've purposefully spun the glass a little bit to flare it open. And this is something that you would do to create a plate or to create a little bit of a flared out shape like we have today, just using centrifugal force as one of those tools. All right, so now they are getting ready to break this piece off. So just like earlier, they're going in with a little bit of water. They're going to apply this to that connecting point and then tap the pipe. And hopefully this will just break the piece cleanly off the end of the pipe. And that was a successful break. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you. That was a really great round of applause. All right, so this has gone into the annealer, and this is going to rest inside of there and slowly cool down overnight. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow once it is slowly cooled down. But I just want to mention once again, that was the first blown piece that we finished today, and that was a really big project. It was a collaboration between two artists, so that is awesome that it went away and it's safe now. And we should get started on our next main project pretty soon here. We have plenty of time. But once again, we're working on the basket over on the right bench if anyone wants to focus their attention over there. So the collaborators between this project was Preston Singletary and then Dante Marioni, who is in the black tank right here. And Dante was the one that created the pattern for this piece. And we've just finished off the basket. This has gone inside of the annealer as well to slowly cool down. And I want to point out that these pieces aren't quite done once they go out of the hot shop and into the annealer, because after that, once they cool down, they have to go through a process called cold working, which is once again the grinding and polishing, and in this case, sand blasting of the glass to get these different patterns that you see on our pieces. And if anyone's interested in seeing how the process of the sandblasting works, our visiting artist has an example piece down on this front table right here where he has already started to carve away at this rubber surface across the glass. And this area of the glass that's revealed from carving away the rubber is what is going to be sandblasted. Everything else will remain kind of normal as it was before. And then they just peel off the rest of the rubber, and that piece is then finished. To put it simply, I'm sure it's a pretty long process. All right, so just in case there's anyone new in the hot shop, I want to give a quick little overview before explaining what they are working on next. So once again, today we do have a visiting artist, Preston Singletary. He's the one who's currently working with the glass in front of the furnace over on the left bench right now. And he is having this residency today. It started on Wednesday though, going through Sunday, and is specifically a celebration of his 2023 Grand Prize Coney Award for donating to the Museum of Glass's Red Hot auction, which we have once a year. And today is a little bit more of a special day. We have another artist on the floor with us, Dante Marioni, who's down at the center bench, sitting down currently, and they are collaborating on a couple of projects today. And so if anyone was around for that last piece we just finished, we're going to be making something pretty similar to that, probably different colors, maybe a slightly different pattern, we'll see. But we are going to be making that same kind of shape as that last blown piece. And it looks like we're starting on the left bench, where we're going to apply some color to a bubble through the process of a color drop or color overlay. And so we've just melted down this color, and this is going to be literally dropped on top of a small clear bubble. And this is the beginning of pretty much any piece that we make in the hot shop. We oftentimes will use this coloring process. It just gives us a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. And at the center bench, I want to point out we have another reticello pattern that's just been brought out. And for anyone that missed my explanation on that pattern earlier, I want to reiterate how we got this sort of crisscross pattern across the surface of the glass. So once again, we take these sticks of colored glass called cane, and we are able to lay them down in a row to just create these straight lines, which we then roll a clear bubble of glass over top to pick them up. It just gives us these straight lines of color across the entire surface of the glass. From there, we twist them in one direction. We create a second bubble, doing the same thing, but we twist it in the opposite direction. And then we stuff one bubble inside of the other, and that gives us these crisscross lines of color across the surface of the glass. And so later on, we will be blowing this piece of glass out a little bit bigger, and you should be able to see this pattern a lot better. But we do have that pattern on the bubble at the center bench. We also have like these little air bubbles trapped in between those crisscross lines, just something that comes with making the pattern. And it looks like over on the left bench, this is going to be another section of our blown piece. So for anyone that missed the process earlier, we're going to be attaching multiple blown sections of glass together in a process called incolmo, which is when you take these cups of different colored glass and attach them just around the openings, and that creates one larger bubble of multiple colors this time. And this is a collaboration, once again, between our artists that we have on the hot shop floor today, Preston, Singletary, and Dante Marioni. Dante is the one sitting at the center bench working with the pattern that he's made. He's the one that works on these patterns. And then, of course, our visiting artist, Preston Singletary, over on the left. He is the one that's going to be blowing this piece out and turning it into its final form. And something I haven't really been able to point out very much today is these pieces that we have in the front of the hot shop, these cylinders on this front table here, and then these torsos on this cart right here. These were all made on Wednesday. And these cylinders are actually going to be a project that is finished later on, not during this residency, but with another artist collaborating with Preston Singletary. And this artist is going to create designs on the surface of the glass. And these these torsos here on this cart, these are going to be used in some sculptural pieces, much like this one on this front pedestal right here. But of course, all of these pieces are not quite finished because something special about Preston's artwork is that he will kind of grind and sandblast the surface of the glass away to reveal different colors underneath. So for the head of this sculpture here, just as an example, we have black on the surface of a transparent orange, and the black has been sandblasted away to reveal that orange underneath, which gives us these really nice detailed patterns across the glass. And once again, we have a sort of in the process art piece up on this front table right here, where he has started to carve away this rubber on the surface of the glass to reveal the glass underneath. And this is going to be sandblasted, and then they simply peel off the rest of the rubber that remains, and that leaves them with the exact pattern that has been cut away into the rubber. So it's a little bit of a hard shape for me to personally describe, but they're going to be making a shape much like this hat on the front pedestal right here, except it's going to be much larger based off of the last piece that we made. So basically just creating the same piece that we made last time, if you were in here earlier, but we may have some different colors for this specific blown piece. Now at the center bench, we've just gathered a layer of clear over top of this pattern again, but sometimes we'll gather up little air bubbles or imperfections in the glass, and so Dante is going in and he's just cutting these imperfections out of the glass before we continue to move on and blow this out. So the large tank with the closed doors are a glass furnace. So each time we're going in there, we're getting a new layer of clear over top of our glass. But this bucket outside of the furnace, this is where we're dumping the excess glass. And this is called a strip gather when they let some of the glass fall off. It's just getting us closer to an exact size. And something nice about this bucket is this is all clear, only clear. And so we can go ahead, crush that back up, and throw it back into our furnace to completely reuse the glass. So we do end up reusing a lot of our excess glass because it tends to be clear for the most part. We hardly ever have any colored scraps of glass. And at the center bench, now that we have our layers of clear on the outside of this pattern, this has been blown up a little bit, and we're now sectioning it off into two different sections. And this line that we're creating here with the pair of jacks, these two metal blades, this is where we're going to break this end section off. So some of you might have been here for this process earlier, but this is just creating two separate bubbles of this reticello pattern. And eventually we're going to be attaching a third ring in between these two sections of reticello to create three different rings of color for the entire piece, basically. So this is a pretty complicated process. We didn't even make this color pattern today, but the reticello process is difficult. And then this process of adding all of these different bubbles of color together, this is called incalmo. And do we have a diagram of the incalmo up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I want to point this diagram out real quick. If you haven't seen the incalmo process, this is when you take two different bubbles of color and you attach them together just at the opening. And you can see the yellow bubble on the right. This is actually attached to a hollow pipe. So this is basically just creating one single bubble of multiple colors. We'll be doing that with three different sections of glass. So the center bench, they're just letting this glass cool down a little bit before they break this end section off. And just to point out real quick, over on the left bench, we have the middle section. It's going to be once again attached into the middle of these two reticello sections. And once again, over on the right bench here, we have a few of our visiting artist assistants themselves. Once again, our visiting artist, Preston Singletary. And they are working on making some baskets over on this right bench. And I want to point out once again that once they finish the blown piece over here, this doesn't mean that the entire process is done. That's not the final product, because they will be working with the glass through a process of cold working afterwards, which can include, and most likely will include, sandblasting the glass. And while I have a little bit of time, I want to quickly reintroduce our visiting artist for anyone that hasn't seen his artwork or heard about our visiting artist yet. So could I have Preston's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we'll have a slideshow going of Preston Singletary's artwork. And once again, if you wanted to see some more of his pieces up close in person, we do have some works of his available in the Museum of Glass store. So you can check those out just to take a peek, or even to keep one as your own. And Preston is here in a residency that is specifically celebrating his 2023 Grand Prize Coney Award from donating to our Red Hot auction. And he does have an exhibit that is currently traveling in Oklahoma City Museum of Art. And this is going to continue traveling a little bit after that. This is one of his popular exhibits, Raven in the Box of Daylight. And he does have one more upcoming exhibit as well, he told me, that's going to be coming to the Traver Gallery in Seattle. So that is something you can look forward to. And of course, if anyone wants more information on our visiting artist, you can always look up his name. You should see his website pop up pretty quickly. And you could find some more locations where his artwork is going to be displayed, and possibly how to get in contact with the artist to buy some of his artwork. And Preston Singletary, he started his glass journey about 42 years ago, and he is a local artist. He grew up in Seattle, worked in Seattle, is continuing to work in Seattle. And I've just been told we have a little video that gives you even more information on this visiting artist. These are really cool. It kind of shows you what they like working on. And so I'll show it to you all. So could I have that Preston Singletary Meet the Artist video, please? Thank you.
The first thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of.
And could we have that turned up? I can hardly hear it.
We all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. If you flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I
could we have it turned up some more, please?
And discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden, these shadows appeared, you know, underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. Yeah, I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as, you know, being a Native American artist. And at that time, there just wasn't very many people doing it. And that maybe planted the seed in my head, you know, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from, you know, my glass-blowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies. The salmon piece is going to be, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cool, then I'll add this kind of a design work. This is kind of stylized Northwest Coast design. I have a natural connection to glass, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively. So I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end, it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, what better place to operate from than this connection. You have this history, and I feel like if I were successful with my work, I would just be inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. A few years ago, I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. To make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in, in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary. And I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit. Yahoo!
And now it looks like they've heated up just the openings of these two blown pieces, and they're bringing them together. Once again, this is called an encalmo, where they're bringing these two sections of blown glass together to create one larger bubble. And now that they have that secure connection, they just go ahead and break that secondary pipe away. And now we just have one final section to attach to the end. But first, before we do that, we do have to open this end back up and create more of like this cup shape before we can go ahead and attach the end piece. Yeah, when they're opening up the end of this bubble at the center bench, they were also pushing this wooden paddle against the opening of the piece. And this is just smoothing this area out since we are going to be attaching one more section of blown glass to the end of this bubble. And it looks like that section has just been brought over to the left bench. And something I haven't really been able to highlight, over on the right bench, they've been continuing to work on this blown basket over there. And they're still pretty early on in this process, but they've been disappearing around the corner. And this is because they're going to the powder booth. This is just a booth that makes sure has good ventilation so that the artists aren't inhaling any of that glass powder that they're working with. But this is just creating a layer of color on the very surface of the glass bubble. And this is important because our artist likes to etch or sandblast the surface of the glass away to reveal other colors underneath. And a really good example is just looking at this front pedestal right here. You can see the head has black over the very surface, and that has been etched away to reveal a transparent orange underneath. So once again, the way that they're doing that is by applying a powdered colored glass. And at the center bench, we're just doing a little size check, making sure we have the proper size for these two pieces to come together. So to point out the specific thing that we're making at the center bench right now, we are basically making this blown glass shape that is sitting atop the head of this sculpture at the front pedestal right here. Except it is going to be larger. This is going to be a pretty large amount of glass compared to this piece right here. Now, just to point out, at the center bench, we have attached our final piece to the end of this bubble, and we're now rolling it on the marver, which is this metal table. And this is going to start shaping this glass out, as well as cooling any areas that we don't want to blow out very much, cooling those areas down a little bit. And next, we're going to start using this large fluffy flame to heat up just a section of glass at a time. This is where we want the bubble to be blown out a little bit wider, and the shoulder of the glass tends to be a little bit colder as well. And next, to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out, Dante's going in with a folded up newspaper. This is usually soaked or splashed with water before using. And this is where the piece is going to start getting a lot larger. So if you missed it, Gabe had his mouth on the end of the pipe. The pipe is just like a straw, so you blow air in through the end, and it passes all the way through, inflating the glass like a balloon. And this is going to happen over and over again until the glass is as large as we want it. This is also thinning the glass out when we make it larger, so we have to be careful not to blow it out too much, I'm sure. And next, Dante is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and carving a jack line into this piece of glass. Once again, this divot that we're forming with the jacks, this is where we're going to break the piece off of the pipe later on. Now, once again, this is something I haven't been able to point out in just a few minutes at least, but sometimes you'll see somebody hovering around with wooden paddles, and this is once again called shielding. We're just kind of protecting the artist's hands and arms from the heat that is coming off of the glass itself. Yeah, so I'm not sure if we can get a good angle of this, but over on the right bench, we've taken our bubble and we're rolling it on this large wooden board that has these newspapers laid across it as well. And rolling it on this large wooden board is applying even pressure across the entire bubble all at the same time, which is something that's really important for making cylinders because it gives us these really straight, even walls. If we didn't do that, then it would be really hard to get this exact straight shape. And so you probably will see them using that wooden board a few times over on the right bench to create our baskets once again. So today, our visiting artist Preston Singletary is working with Dante Marioni on the patterns that are at the center bench on this bubble. But these cylinders specifically on this front table right here, this is going to be a collaboration with a different artist on a later date. And I believe that artist is going to be creating patterns on the surface of the glass. He said something about enamel. And so that is going to happen at some point in the future, not during this residency though. And at the center bench, we've gotten to the point of using our newspapers on the side of the piece while also flattening the bottom. So that means that we are finishing the bottom of this piece off, which is actually going to become the top of a form kind of like this hat right here. Yeah, so I was just getting a little bit more details about the piece that they're working on at the center bench. So once again, it is going to turn out something like this hat on the figure on this front pedestal right here. But you'll notice we have this really nice patterning on the ends of the bubbles, which once again is called reticello. If you were to look closely, you could see these stripes of color crisscrossing across the entire piece of glass. And this band that we have in the middle, I've just been told it has a red on the inside and a black on the outside. So eventually our artist will be able to etch away at the surface of the black to reveal that red underneath. Just like a lot of his other pieces, he likes to sandblast and etch away the surface of the glass. And over on that right bench, we've just prepared a second pipe, the clear attachment on the end, and this is being attached to the bottom of our blown form over there, which is once again going to turn into a basket. And this is called the punty, the second pipe that we attach to the piece, and is going to give us access to the other side of the piece so we can finish off the entire form. And we're going to be doing that same exact thing at the center bench very shortly here. We're going to be bringing over a second pipe and attaching it to the bottom of this piece right where we flattened it. Right now, Dante's just briefly gone in with a piece of chalk, and he's just marked the center of the bottom, just kind of making a target for himself. And now we've just attached our second pipe, once again, the punty. And in this case, to make it easier to remove later on, we're going in with a pair of jacks and creating this little divot in the connection. Now, once this connection is secure, to break this piece off of its original pipe, they'll just apply a little bit of water, which is going to crack and break that connection, and then tap the pipe, and that should be all we need to do to break this piece cleanly off. And now that we've broken this piece off of that first pipe, we can start to go in and flare this open. This connection, or this previous connection point, I should say, the opening of the piece is pretty cold right now, so they do have to focus a lot of heat in this area. It's going to take them a little bit of time to just heat this area up. And now that we've heated the opening of this piece up, going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And you can see the opening of this piece is a little bit uneven from that previous breakage. And so we are going to cut some of this excess glass off using a pair of shears. And this is where we create the scrap of our piece. This is all the scrap that we usually get, is this kind of thin strand or piece of glass. And now from here, we'll be able to heat up the front of the piece and start to fully open this up and flare it out. Now that we've cut off that excess glass, we should have a pretty even opening and a pretty thin rim. And over on the left, Sarah's been preparing a small bit of colored glass, and this is going to be wrapped around the opening of the piece, creating something called a lip wrap. All they have to do is touch it down onto the rim of the piece, and then as they turn, this follows all the way around. So again, just creating that rim of a separate color all the way around the opening of a piece. And this color is smoothed out a little bit before they start to open this piece back up. Now, these two blades that our visiting artist, Preston Singletary, was just using, these look similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but instead we have two wooden blades. And we will frequently use these when making larger kind of bowl-shaped pieces because this is pretty gentle on the glass compared to metal. This isn't going to cause any gouging or scraping, and we can even use the tips of the blades to push into the inside of the glass to expand it from the inside. Which I don't think we're going to be doing that this time, but the point is these pachofis, the wooden blades, are going to be pretty gentle on the glass. And this is when the piece is going to start getting much wider. They're going to continue to heat this glass up and bring it back to the bench over and over again. And when they are turning the glass, this is, of course, keeping the entire piece on center, but this is going to slowly widen the glass from centrifugal force, the outward pulling force from spinning. And so this piece will seemingly magically get wider and wider as they come out of the furnace, but it is because of that spinning and the heating. So yes, just as I described earlier, after heating this glass up and then spinning the pipe, this is creating centrifugal force. And it seemingly magically gets a lot wider when they come out of the furnace. Now this is the same thing that they do to create plates. As an example, they have to flare that glass open, and they do that by spinning the pipe. And in this case, I think this is pretty much as wide as the piece is going to get based off of the last one that I saw. So they're just going to make sure that the entire piece is warm and even and ready to be put away. And you can always tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off when you see somebody get suited up in this big shiny suit with these Kevlar gloves. And this is going to allow the artist to physically pick this piece of glass up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And all they have to do, just like earlier, is apply a little bit of water to this connecting point and then tap the pipe, and that should break this piece cleanly off. And let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. All right, so this is going into the annealer, this large black box. This is going to keep it at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, everything inside of that box slowly cools down, at least overnight. The thicker the glass, the longer it takes to safely cool down. This is going to prevent thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And once again, I want to point out for anyone that hasn't already heard, this piece is not finished when it comes out of the annealer. We do have to etch at the surface of the glass to create these patterns, much like our pieces on the front pedestals. And we are continuing to work on that basket over on the right bench. So for our next main project at the center bench, we are going to be working with some similar patterns that we already have been. Once again, the reticello pattern, the crisscross lines of color. And these were made by one of the artists we have down on the floor, Dante Marioni in the back there. And this is a collaboration between him and our visiting artist, Preston Singletary, over on the left bench. But this form that we're making this time is going to be different from the last two that we made. This is going to be a taller, more vase-like form. All right, so I think I see a few new faces in the crowd here and there, so I do want to give a quick little introduction as to what we have going on today. So once again, today we do have visiting artist Preston Singletary. I'm sure you heard me talk about him briefly. And his residency this time is specifically a celebration of his 2023 Grand Prize Coney Award, which was awarded to him when he donated a piece to our Red Hot auction at the Museum of Glass. And this residency started on Wednesday. It's going all the way through Sunday, so he's making a pretty wide variety of things. Today is a little bit special since we are working on a collaboration between the two artists, Preston Singletary and Dante Marioni. And could I have Preston's artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, I have a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. If you haven't seen that already, you should really check that out. And I want to give a little bit more information on Preston as the slideshow's going. So he does have an exhibit that is currently traveling right now. It's at the Oklahoma City Museum of Art. And that is Raven in the Box of Daylight. And as you can see with his sculptures, they deal with themes of Tlingit mythology and traditional designs. And I want to point out one more exhibit. Preston told me that he has an exhibit coming up at the Traver Gallery in Seattle. And of course, if anyone wants to see more pieces of Preston's, first off, we have some in the Museum of Glass store that you could check out and see up close in person. But he also has a website. If you just search up his name, it should pop up right away. And do we actually have a reticello slide? So up on the screen, we have a slide that shows off how we get the reticello pattern, which is what we're going to be using on this piece that's being created at the center bench. So once again, this is when they create two different bubbles of glass. They pick up these sticks of colored glass called cane. This gives them lines across the surface of the glass. And from there, they twist them in opposite directions on either bubble. And then they will literally stuff one of those bubbles inside of the other. And it looks like they just put a piece away over on the right bench. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that blown piece. I know, there's so many different things going on today. So if I ever miss anything, feel free to ask me any questions about what they were doing or just point something out, and I will make sure to catch you guys up on it. And I am mainly focusing on the center bench because this is where we're working on our main piece. And this is going to be relatively large based off of the last pieces they were working on. And just want to point out, Gabe has just brought a piece of glass out of this top load annealer. And this is heating that piece of glass up, allowing us to work with it again in the hot shop. So you can technically work with a piece of glass over and over again, cooling it down, heating it up, bringing it back into the hot shop, cooling it down, heating it up. And this has that exact crisscross colored line design that I was showing off on the screen. Once again, reticello. This is going to be sectioned off into 2 different sections, and these will be used to create our entire blown piece. Once again, this tall sort of vase-like form. And while I'm at it, I want to talk about one more important design aspect for this piece. So we already have this incredible pattern at the center bench, but this is going to be broken into 2 different sections basically. And we're also going to create a 3rd section of a completely different color over on the left bench, which they've already started, it looks like. And all of these different sections are going to come together in a process called encalmo. And this is going to create 3 different rings or blocks of color across the entire piece. And to better explain that, could I have the encalmo diagram real quick, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I just want to show off this diagram real quick. Basically, we're going to be creating these cup-shaped pieces of glass and bringing them together to create one whole bubble. And that's going to be happening with 3 different sections. So we have 3 different sections of color, 2 of them being this special reticello pattern at the center bench. Thank you. So at the center bench, you could see that this reticello has been completely smoothed out. And now they're just letting it rest. They're sitting at the bench and letting it cool down a little bit before we gather our next layer of clear glass over top. And when we gather this next layer of clear, this isn't to do much more than just build up mass for the piece. This is going to build up mass for the piece overall. And then we'll be able to section this piece of reticello off once we built up enough mass. And as we're going over to get our clear glass, I just want to point out this furnace for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. Of course, this is our clear glass furnace. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit 24/7. So this glass is always ready for us to use. And right after gathering that layer of clear, you can see that we're dripping some of the excess glass off into a bucket, and this is called a strip gather. This is just giving us a partial layer of that clear, and anything that goes into that bucket, we basically crush up, throw back into the furnace, and completely reuse. And I guess I should point out, over on the left bench, the bubble of glass along with the people, they've seemingly disappeared around the corner. And I think that they're going into the powder booth. So once again, this powder booth is an area that has good ventilation so that they're not inhaling that powdered glass while they're working with it. But they're sprinkling this black powder over the surface of the glass. This is going to stick and form a layer, much like these pieces right here, actually. This is using that same black powdered glass. And eventually our artist is going to sandblast and etch away the surface of the glass to reveal a second layer of color underneath. And for each of these, it's different. On the front pedestal is a really good example because you can see this one has already been sandblasted. They sandblasted the black away to reveal this transparent orange underneath, so I really like to point that out. That's going to be happening with this same piece that they're working on right now. So this bubble of glass that we're working with at the center bench, this has a special pattern on it called reticello, which are these crisscross lines of color. And this was, or this pattern I should say, was made by Dante Marioni, who's currently sitting at the center bench right now. And this is technically, well, it is a collaboration between Dante and our visiting artist, Preston Singletary. I believe Preston is around the corner, kind of watching as they're sprinkling that glass powder over the surface of the bubble over there. And we just briefly had a view of the powder booth. We do have a camera in there to kind of show off what they're doing. But they're just sprinkling this powdered black glass over the surface of our piece. And once again, all of these pieces of glass that we're working with right now, or I guess I should say two, we just are working at 2 benches right now. These are going to come together to create one larger blown form, specifically a sort of tall vase-like shape this time. And at the center bench, we've started to go in with a stack of newspapers. And you can see that Dante is kind of squeezing a waste into the center of this glass bubble. And this is right where they're going to section it off and turn it into 2 different pieces of glass. And to further section this off, we're going in with a pair of jacks, these 2 metal blades. And at the center bench, after sectioning this bubble off, we're just letting it cool down enough to break this end section off. This section that's really solidly attached to the pipe is going to remain on the pipe, but we are going to break this end piece off and instead attach a section of glass that we've been working on over on the left bench. And you think I could have a view of this left bench, please? So with this left bench, we're working on opening up the end of the bubble. And all that we're doing is we're sectioning off the small section on the very end of the bubble. And next we'll be able to just break this small section off. And since this is a hollow bubble, this is just going to reveal or open up the bubble itself, revealing the inside of the bubble. And I believe just based off of the last pieces we were making, this bubble is red on the inside and black on the outside. Once again, could I have a view of the left bench, possibly? Now at the center bench, we've just brought over a second pipe and attached this to the very end of our bubble. And this is the punty, basically just allowing us to go ahead and break this piece off of the pipe that it was created on. We are just breaking off this piece right at the center, leaving us with two separate pieces of this reticello pattern. And now that we've broken that end section off, we will be able to separately open up these two individual pieces to give them more of like a cup-like shape. And this is going to allow us to attach these individual pieces together. Once again, the Encalmo style connection. And could I have the Encalmo diagram one more time, please? Thank you. So just in case anyone is new or hasn't seen this yet, once again, I just wanted to show off the Encalmo diagram. So right now we were just working on creating the individual sections for this entire vase-like piece. So at the center bench, we have the section that's already attached to our blowpipe. On the left bench, we have this sort of black section of the glass that's going to be attached on the end of this piece at the center bench. And then finally, to finish it off, that end piece we just broke off at the center bench is going to be attached to the black section. So it's just a little bit confusing, but in the end, we're going to have three separate pieces of glass all connected together to give us three rings or blocks of color in one blown piece. And up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench where they've just started to open this end of the bubble up. And they've flared it out into that cup-like shape that I was describing. And this is going to allow them to connect this to the bubble at the center bench, which they're also going to turn into that same cup-like shape. So this piece at the center bench, actually, I should say all of these pieces of glass are going to come together at the center bench, and they're all going to turn into a vase-like piece, as our artist described. He said it was going to be a tall vase-like form. Now, earlier we were working on making some baskets, some glass baskets, which are kind of similar to the shape of cylinders, but they were flared out a little bit differently. And those eventually will be etched into, kind of like the surfaces of all of these other pieces you see. These have been sandblasted to reveal a second color underneath, and that's something that Preston Singletary likes to do with a lot of his pieces of glass. And it looks like we've just heated up these two individual blown pieces of glass enough to bring them together at the center bench. And now that we have them connected, we go ahead and break this end piece of glass, or sorry, this end pipe off. Now, after that black section of glass was attached, you may not have noticed, but it was attached to a hollow pipe originally. And so when they broke that off, that still left them with an opening in the end of it. So from here, they will start to open up the end of this black section of glass, and this is going to allow them to attach the final section, the final reticello section, to the very end of the bubble. And right now they were just kind of working on smoothing and evening this glass back out. You can see that where we connected the two pieces of glass, it has this little dip or divot. We're just trying to smooth and make sure that everything is flush before we move on. Now, this is something I haven't been able to point out yet today, but that cone-shaped tool we just used at the center bench, this is the Sophietta, and the cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows us to blow a little bit more air into the piece. And I know this is attached to the end of a hollow pipe, so most likely they were holding the end of the pipe or capping, making sure they were keeping pressure in, and then blowing from the other side as well. And this is just kind of expanded the shoulder just around the opening on the end of our piece. And then of course to start opening up the end of this bubble, we're going in with the pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and just slowly flaring this outward. And at the center front, Gabe is just working on a solid pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. This is eventually, later on, going to be attached to the center of the bottom of our blown piece once we have all of the pieces connected and we start blowing it out and turning it into its final shape. And right now they are doing a size check. They're not quite attaching these two pieces together yet. And now after heating up the two front pieces of these bubbles, brought the two bubbles together. And all we need to do is break this second pipe off that we used to bring this bubble over, and that is it. We now have an entire bubble created out of 3 different sections of glass. Now, once again, this is called encalmo when we're bringing these different blown glass sections together. And this is how we can create a piece that has these blocks or rings of different colors inside of it. And once again, this is going to turn into a tall sort of vase-like form, our artist has said. And of course, just like earlier when we attached that black section to our piece in the first place, we are once again smoothing this glass out using the marver, this metal table, just applying even pressure across the entire bubble all at the same time to smooth these walls out. And from here, Dante is going in with a stack of newspapers. These are soaked with water before using. And this is where the piece is going to start getting a little bit bigger. You can see Gabe is blowing into the end of the pipe. And this small handheld torch you don't very often see us use. In this case, we're using this torch to heat up the very, very end of the bubble. We have this extra little bit of clear that's attached to the bottom, and that's just remaining from the previous pipe that was connected there. So this is just excess, so we're going to break it off. And I want to reiterate real quick once again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer your questions. And it can be questions about pretty much anything, about the museum building, about the glass process, about the artists. So I was just asking them how much they think this weighs, and they said about 12 to 15 pounds maybe. Now, it may look like it might be heavier because they may be straining holding it. And this is simply because of the leverage that the glass has against the artist. You can see they're holding onto pretty much the end of the pipe at times. And the glass being all the way on the end of the pipe makes it feel, I think they said about 5 times heavier than it actually is. So the 2 artists I definitely want to point out today is the artist who currently has a residency right now, and that's Preston Singletary. He's the one standing with the wooden paddles right now. And then the person who's sitting down at the bench, his name is Dante Marioni, and he created the pattern on the glass bubbles themselves. And so they're kind of coming together and collaborating on this piece. And then we also have a few Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members who are assisting, as well as some of Preston Singletary's own assistants, and I believe just people that are invited in to help out. But yes, the rest of the people are basically just assisting these 2 glass blowers. And oftentimes when you see somebody blowing glass, you definitely need to have at least 2 assistants. I usually see if you're making something pretty small, you can get away with just 1 assistant. And if you're working by yourself, it's really, really difficult. And of course, we're using this wooden paddle now to flatten the bottom of the piece. And once this piece has a flat bottom and the lower half is complete, it's the shape they want, that means that they'll get ready to attach a second pipe to the bottom of the piece and then completely break this piece away from the pipe that it's on right now. And this is going to allow them to start working on the top side of this form. And we are getting pretty close to that point. Gabe over on the left side of the hot shop is preparing that second pipe that's going to be attached to the bottom of this piece. And I want to point out, now that this piece has been blown out quite a bit, you can see the Riticello pattern on the surface of the glass much better. Once again, those crisscross lines of color. And this piece is also cooled down quite a bit, which means that they don't have to turn the pipe as quickly. The only reason we turn the pipe so much is to keep the glass on center. And now that it's colder, it's not moving as much, therefore we don't have to spin as much. We can see the pattern much better when they're not moving it. So now we can really see what this final piece might look like. And once again, this black band that we have in the center, this is black powder that's sprinkled across the surface of the glass, and we have a red underneath. And since this color is on the very surface of the glass, when they etch or sandblast the surface of the glass away, this will reveal that red underneath. And this is how the artist gets such detail in his pieces, like what you see on the front pedestal there. We have the really detailed patterns. And we've just brought over that second pipe. Once again, the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. And this is basically just going to give us access to the other side of the piece. So once this connection is secure, they'll go ahead and break this piece off of its original pipe from this little divot that they've created. And to break this off, they're using a little bit of water. This is going to crack and break the surface of the glass from thermal shock. And then they tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. Yes, so someone just pointed out something that I haven't really gotten to mention much yet, and that is the little nozzle that they were using. This is blowing some compressed air onto the glass. They were blowing that on the second pipe that they just attached to the bottom of the piece. And that is cooling the glass down when they're blowing the compressed air on it, kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food, really. Sometimes we'll use that compressed air to push smoke away from the artist's face too. We tend to work with a lot of wood in the hot shop, and so that will burn, and we don't want that smoke going into the artist's eyes. Now, while they're working on the shape of the upper half of this piece at the center bench, over on the right bench, Sarah's working with a small piece of color bar, which is just solid colored glass, on the end of this pipe. And this is going to be brought over to the center bench and wrapped around just the opening of the piece to create something called a lip wrap. It's just a rim of a different color around the very opening of a piece. And at the center bench, they've just heated up the very opening of this piece, and they're now just going to cut off some excess glass just around the opening. This area is where the glass was previously connected to that other pipe, that hollow pipe. And so this usually will get rid of some excess thickness, and sometimes that break isn't always perfectly even, getting rid of any unevenness, any thickness. So next, I assume they'll smooth this out a little bit before getting ready to bring that bit of colored glass over and wrap it around the opening of the piece. So we can completely reuse our clear glass, and we often do. We put it into very specific buckets. When it comes to colored glass scrap like this, though, we don't often reuse that. Unless it's pure color, then we can usually reuse that pure color. And we've just brought that bit of color over and wrapped it around the very opening of the piece, once again creating something called a lip wrap. So this is going to be a rim of a completely separate color just around the opening of the piece. So whenever we're using the large fluffy flames, this large torch, this is heating up a section of glass at a time, and we can do that to balance heat out or to focus heat to just one area that we want to work on. But we always have to go back into the furnace no matter what and heat up the entire piece overall. And this is called flashing, or just making sure that the glass is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. So no matter what we're working on, what area we're heating up, we always have to make sure the entire thing is staying warm. And could I have, oops, actually, I don't think I can call up the diagram quite yet, but I was just about to talk about the pattern on the surface of this glass because somebody asked me. This pattern on the surface of the clear parts of the glass, this is called reticello, and I'll do my best to explain it without the diagram, but you take these sticks of colored glass called cane, and you will lay these out side by side to create lines when you roll a clear glass bubble over top of them to pick them up. And you twist this in one direction, and then separately you make another bubble. You do that same thing, but you twist it in the opposite direction. And then you stuff one of the bubbles inside of the other, and that creates these crisscross lines of color across the piece. And if you look a little bit closer, you can see that we have small air bubbles trapped in between each of these kind of square sections where the lines are crisscrossing. And this is just because the cane has that sort of rigid texture of lines. So when they lay on top of each other, it does trap air in between each of those lines. It's really interesting. And at the center bench, I want to point out real quick, this happened kind of fast, but they changed the shape of this blown glass form by pressing in the sides of the piece. So now we have a completely different shape for this piece, but it looks like they are finishing it off. They're not really editing it anymore. And you can see somebody is getting suited up and getting ready to put it away. And to break this piece off, just like earlier, we're going to apply a little bit of water to this connecting point, which is causing shocking and cracking. Tap the pipe, and let's give them a round of applause for finishing that blown piece. That was a successful break, and this has gone into the annealer. So this large box on the floor, this is going to slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece of glass until tomorrow. And once again, the process is not quite done. We have to go through the process of etching the surface of the glass and grinding off this excess bit of clear on the bottom. And if anyone has any final questions, now is a great time for that. But I believe we are going to our lunch. And so if no one has any questions, we'll be back in about an hour from now. Keep an eye on the screen. That will display the exact time we're back. And thanks for stopping by.
first thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of glass-blown things, because we all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. You flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I didn't even realize and discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden these shadows appeared, you know, underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. Yeah, I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as, you know, being a Native American artist. And at that time there just wasn't very many people doing it. And that maybe planted the seed in my head, you know, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from, you know, my glass-blowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies. The salmon piece is going to be, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cooled, then I'll add this kind of a design work, this kind of stylized Northwest Coast design. I have a natural connection to glass, you know, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to, you know, connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why, you know, I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively, so I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end, it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, you know, what better place to operate from than this connection. You know, you have this history, and I feel like if I were successful with my work, I would just be, you know, inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. Because a few years ago I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but, you know, I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. You know, to make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, you know, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in, you know, in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary, and I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit. Yahoo!
Check, check, check. Alrighty, hi everybody. My name is Charlotte. I'm gonna be your MC for today. So if you have any questions at all, what's going on throughout the whole process, we have quite a lot of exciting things happening today. So you can always shoot your hand up, ask me any questions. I'm gonna be here just to walk you through what's going on, what's happening on the floor, what processes they're using, what techniques are being used. So truly, if there's any concerns, any questions about what's happening, I would love to answer them. Something really exciting is we do have a visiting artist with us today, Preston Singletary, excuse me. He's here working on some really exciting exhibits. And right now we have this bench over here working on some really large baskets is what they're gonna end up being. They were actually letting me know you can go and view like smaller versions of them in the gift shop, so you can kind of get an idea of what these would look like when they're actually finished. And then on the other end, we have Preston actually working on another piece he's saying is gonna kind of represent a tree form. So I'm really excited to see how that's gonna develop. I'm kind of trying to picture something in my head, but we'll walk through it, we'll see what's happening. Some really important things I want to mention though is that he's an artist that is working on all these different types of glass work that then use a lot of cold work at the end of the process. So once he's finished blowing the piece, making it, forming it, he then takes this and adds art onto the top of it after it has finished cooling down. So something really interesting we can kind of see is over here on this table, he has a piece that he's currently working on, trying to finish up the exterior. He's taped it off and started cutting out the different tribal figures that'll be on it. So he is a Native American artist. He is from Seattle, working in Seattle, went to the Pilchuck School of Glass, which is really awesome. But for now, we're just starting the basics. Over at the benches, we definitely have a lot more progress over here. We can see that cylindrical kind of shape forming. All right, and I do just want to point out what's going on over here. So we can see them kind of jumping back and forth. Right now we've gotten a punny. So what this will be used is to transfer it from one pipe, right? Right now we're on a blow pipe, and we're going to be transferring it over to a solid pipe so that they're able to then start opening up the shape of it. So on the other end, once it breaks off, there will be a small opening where they're able to start heating and slowly opening it, giving it a more bowl shape. Using a little bit of air just to make sure that it's cooled enough that it's secure on there. right, and that was a successful break off. So now we can see it's on a completely different pipe, ready to be worked on from a different end entirely. Over on our other end, I see that we're starting a bubble in some glass over there. Alrighty, so right over here we have Gabe going over, and he's actually picking up a pattern that is going to be transferred onto the glass. So what they're doing is actually making a big piece that'll be then split in the middle by a band of another design. So the glass that he just picked up is basically transferring something from one surface onto the surface of the glass. So it's a way to just get different texture without having to actually physically pull at the glass, cut at the glass. It's just using glass to then add a new type of pattern, texture, shapes, designs, all that. And then over at the further bench is where we're making that band that's going to then divide these two pieces in the middle. So eventually it'll get split in half, and then that band will wrap around in the middle. And all Gabe is doing now is just making sure that the shape of the glass is what we want, that it's rounded, that the tip is not to a point, and bringing it over to the bench where they will continue to shape it. I love how you can kind of see on the very tip, the little round part where the pattern kind of ended after he picked it up off of the surface. Coming over with this punny to then connect to another pipe and get that glass on there, kind of capping off that little piece that was not covered by the pattern. And now we can see at this middle bench, he's actually using a pile of newspapers that have been drenched in water to wrap his hand around it and shape it better. Taking some of these little shears is what we call them. They're like big scissors for glass, and cutting off that tip so it becomes smooth at the end. Alrighty, so Ben over here in this black shirt just did something that we call a strip gather. So he went inside the furnace, gathered a bunch of glass, and then let it drip off of the piece. This allows for you to get a thinner layer of glass. It keeps it from gaining too much weight too quickly. As it gets bigger, of course, the weight is going to increase, and carrying around a big piece is pretty difficult to and from that heating glory hole. So doing those strip gathers are really important. Can I just say, we are really keeping you guys on your toes today. I have 3 different things going on all at once. If you've been paying attention a little bit on our right-hand side, this bench over here, they have gotten their shape. They've created the neck of this basket. They've then put a lip onto the actual rim of the basket, and now they're just getting those finer details going in, continuing to shaping. So that's continuing to happen over here. Meanwhile, we have this piece that has gotten a little bit more air put into it. We can see the shape really starting to form. And then all the way over, we're, I believe, starting the punny so that we can then split this guy in half for us. Alrighty, so we can see Gabe is about to go in for another gather on that pipe that we're going to use to transfer the piece on. What's really important is he let that glass cool quite a bit before he's going in and getting more. This creates more stability when we do break it off. Since this piece is going to be rather large, you don't want to go and stick it on to something that could easily kind of like, I guess the stick or the hold wouldn't hold up. So he's letting it cool. You can see that glass has no longer got that like orange color to it. It's no longer like vibrantly hot. And allowing this to happen creates something that they call a cold core. Then he'll get hot glass over the top of it, and that'll create kind of that like adhesive, as I feel like that makes the most sense in my own terms, to then stick it to where we want to then transfer it onto. All right, and I love to see this on our middle bench. It just continues to grow and grow in size. We've added even more glass onto the top of it. He's continuing to kind of stretch out that shape, getting ready to probably blow some more air into it. And right there, all he was doing was just cutting off that excess glass that is not needed on the piece. And over here you can see Sarah is just cooling down that pipe. After gathering in the furnace that's right around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the pipe can get pretty hot since it is metal. So dipping it in this water, letting it cool off a little bit is really important. All right, so you can see we've gotten to the part where they're able to get these jacks in here and actually start splitting this bubble in half. So the piece that is closest to the pipe is going to be the bottom, and then the rest of it's going to be the top. So that division right in the middle there, that's where our band is going to go and wrap around. Really what's important is just creating enough of an indentation for these two to eventually break off of each other. And over on this far bench, they're actually getting pretty close to being finished with it. Right now you can see they're making sure that all those sides are even, that there's no lumps or bumps in it, making sure that the shape is perfectly how they want it to be. It's gone from being a very small opening into it to being a wide mouth. Using that blowtorch just to make sure all the glass is being kept warm. If it gets too cold, we will see cracks in it, and that's just a kind of like a glass blowing artist's worst nightmare is getting cracks in their glass. It's, you know, it could lead to the whole piece falling off, which is not what we want at all. Alrighty, we're using some tweezers over here, adding just a little smidge of water to create those fine lines in the glass to then break it off. And now we have one piece that is turned into two. Alrighty, so on this far bench, we're getting ready to break this piece off. And there we go, it's headed to the annealer. And it is safely put away. Oh my goodness, I always have to hold my breath until that last moment when it actually gets in there. Alrighty, so now we're gonna add these two pieces together. Once they're all warmed up, it's very, very particular. You have to make sure that they're warm enough that they will actually stick and combine together. If not, it could cause both of them to break off of one another. All right, so Ben here in the shorts is gonna add this core piece to the whole thing. So that's our element that's going in between the two pattern pieces of glass. Breaking it off, and now it's a part of it. All right, so on this far bench over here, it looks like we're just prepping that top piece to get added on to what we have over here. And then we'll have that full like pattern piece with the core in the middle and then the pattern piece on top. It's gonna have that like solid color kind of sandwiched in the middle of these two pieces of patterned glass. Alrighty, so we can see in our middle bench that we have added all 3 pieces to this one pipe. And now I think we're actually getting prepped to switch it over to a solid pipe. So we'll be going from what we're on right now, which is a blow pipe, onto the solid pipe. So now that we have all 3 of those pieces together, there's actually a whole canal of dead space that they're able to continue blowing air through. So now that they're all combined, they're able to continue filling it up with air, creating the shape that they want it to be at the end. So we're going to see it most likely continue to grow in size as they blow it up more. All right, here we go, adding on that new punny that's going to be transferring over this big piece onto, making sure it has a really stable, secure attachment. Alrighty, and we had a successful break off, so we're on to the next pipe. So now that we're on this pipe, there won't be any more air going into the piece. Alrighty, so now they're adding a lip onto the edge, the rim of the whole vessel itself. All right, now he's going in with this special tool to add air into the piece. So by using this, he's able to blow up from a different angle. Since we no longer have the blowpipe on the glass, they're not able to add any more air through the pipe. So they add this little tool to kind of just blow a little bit more air, keep the shape of the piece. Alrighty, and here we go, getting ready to break this piece off and put it into the annealer. Oh. So although the bottom has broken off, it will still go into the annealer to cool down, because there's always a chance that they're able to kind of fix some bits and pieces and still use it to some extent. So it will be saved. I mean, truly it goes to show how delicate of an art form this really is. One small little tap can cause a whole piece that, we spent pretty much an hour on to be broken. But there's no harm, no foul, right? As long as some of it was able to be salvaged, that's what's important. Sometimes we come across pieces that get completely and entirely shattered, and you just stare at the floor going, oh gosh, how did this happen? So I think what's happening next is we're moving on to a new thing. That's what we do, is a mistake was made, things happen, but we move on to the next project. That's all you can do, is just keep pushing. So our artists here don't give up so easily. So indeed, we are giving it a second go around, trying it one more time. So we're basically just going through the same motions that we did last time. You can see in this middle bench, she has that blown up piece with the pattern on it. Gonna start shaping it, getting it a little bit bigger and creating that indentation in the middle so that it can be broken in half once again. Alrighty, and we can see he's coming in with those metal jacks now, creating that indentation where it's going to be split in half. Alrighty, so now we're connecting that pipe that we're going to transfer it onto. Alrighty, so now we're coming over to connect that core piece onto the bottom of the patterned clear. Breaking it off, and now they are connected together, and they're able to continue shaping it further so that we're able to add that final third piece onto there. Alrighty, so it looks like we're getting ready to add on this third and final piece that they need to then start creating the whole vessel once again. So that was just to check to make sure it's all the right size, that it'll fit together smoothly. Now he's gonna go ahead and heat it up and make sure that the connection between the two is gonna be stable. Alrighty, that's so exciting. Now we have it all again as one cohesive piece, all three put together. So from this moment on, we're gonna start adding more air back into it, because keep in mind, this whole piece is still on a blowpipe so that they're able to make the shape bigger and add more air into it. And something important to mention is the blowtorch that they're using is used to kind of apply heat to a more specific area. So when the artist wants the part of the glass to be hotter, they're gonna use the blowtorch to apply more heat to it. Sometimes going back and forth from the glory hole back to the bench can be a little bit tedious, especially when the piece starts to get so heavy. So applying heat with the blowtorch on those specific areas is really important. Alrighty, so it looks like we're pretty satisfied with how it looks. We're gonna go in for the break off. Oh my goodness, okay. Let's make sure that gets into the annealer all safe and sound. And it's there, yes. Round of applause for the artist, that was awesome.